Lovely to see you all here live in the room at Port Sunlight Hulme Hall, and also welcome to everybody at home and around the world watching on the How to Craft Network YouTube channel and also the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival Facebook page. Thank you so much for tuning in or logging on or attending live. It's great to see you. My name's Matt McNamara here supporting Stamping Together and Tony and everybody behind the scenes that makes it happen. And this, of course, is Simon from Pearlywinks as well. Simon, are you having a good day so far?
I am, yeah. Yes, thank you.
And describe the vibe for me. To anybody watching on the YouTube channel or the Facebook page, describe the vibe at Hulme Hall, everything behind the scenes.
It's lovely, the atmosphere is fantastic, everyone's dead happy, and it's really busy as well.
Yeah, everybody, it's lots of smiley faces, lots and lots of smiley faces here in the room, and lots of people waiting to see what you're going to be doing as well, Simon. What are you going to be crafting with today?
So today I'm going to be crafting with our new tool. It's called a multi-station, and it's an all-in-one station. It's got scoreboard, stamp press, stamper ring, and stencil holder. It's just a brilliant. I'm going to be using some of our stamps and some pretty colour inside by Stamps by Me.
Lovely. Okay, so we'll look forward to seeing that then, Simon. So take it away. We better get in there just for time pressures, because I know I'm going to be looking at my watch towards the end, thinking, why did I waffle on for so long at the very beginning? So Simon, take it away.
Right. So this is the multi-station. You've got a scoreboard on the bottom. Then you've got a stamp press, slots on there. You've got it holds your stencils for you in place as well. And then you've got the stamper ring, which is one of our core sellers. So
I hope you don't mind me shoving this microphone in your general direction, but this is just for anybody watching at home. It's just so people in the room can hear Simon while he's crafting. Everybody at home, just to explain. Yeah.
Right, so you pop your card in, you put it up against these points here, and then just pop the top on and it'll hold that card in place for you. I'm going to be using the floral minis for this. I'm just going to select some stamps, and I'm going to pop it on my card where I want my wreath. I think I'm going to go there. So I'm going to pick that stamp up, and then I'm going to use the magenta pretty colour inside. Just ink up my stamp, and then I'm going to go, oh, didn't want to do that.
Inky fingers.
Inky jeans.
Inky jeans now. How do you get on with these inks then, Simon? Because I know to anybody new to crafting as well, and to anybody new or quite new, different inks, different reasons, they've all got their benefits and pros and cons, haven't they? But how do you get on with these in particular?
So when I first seen these inks and I seen Tony advertising them and she was saying how juicy they were, I thought no ink pad is going to be that juicy and it's going to hold that much ink, but they do. They're my favourite ink pad. And I just constantly go to these. The colours are fantastic, and they work really well with our inks as well. So, 2 for 1.
So, in terms of that, craftability, working on different surfaces, different types of card as well, you find they're a good all-rounder ink.
Yep, I've not found any card that they won't work on, and I just love using them. And when she brought out the black and white, that was just a game changer.
Yeah, but your classic colours, isn't it? When white ink on black card or white ink on craft card, actually, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks really nice. It's really classy. So all I'm doing, I'm just going in now. I'm doing every second turn, and I'm just going in with the orange. I've already done a pink every second one, so every second stamp is going to be orange.
And this tool you're using, this is the value of being able to get out a larger stamp look from tiny filler that would be seen as filler stamps.
Yeah.
But you're getting that bigger look.
Yeah, so it's not my concept, but this is my concept. I've turned it into a different sort of tool. I've added extra points that will bring that closer together, and it'll work with all your stamps. You know, like your magazine stamps that are sometimes really, really tiny, and that you can't find a use for. It works with all them sort of stamps, and it just creates a perfect circle.
Yeah.
like so.
So you've got the precision, the angles that you're then able to decide. I mean, you don't even have to do the perfect circle if you want. You could just do sort of corner motifs. But the point is, you've got that compass of knowing where you are with your stamp. Okay?
Yeah. So you can just do half a circle if you wanted to do half a circle, do a rainbow. You could do anything with it really. I'm just going to go back in. I'm just going to pop some green in there as well, just to add a bit of extra colour in there.
Again, sorry for this microphone in your face here, Simon. But the closer I put it to you, the more the people in the room can hear. Can everybody hear and see what Simon's doing okay? Yeah.
So you're just going round every turn. I'm being lazy now and I'm getting ink all over the press, so I'm not picking it up.
But that kind of doesn't matter, does it? If you're over-inking, as long as you're careful, you're not going to get any of that extra ink on your project, are you?
No, because it's got counterbalances on this side.
Yeah.
So I've missed one there, but because it's a see-through press, I can actually go back in and I know exactly where I'm going.
So just to explain, Simon, for you, you mentioned the counterbalances. Anybody worrying about this over-inking here? You've got 1, 2, 3 counterbalances. That means this ink here not going anywhere near your project.
Yeah, that's correct. And the reason we put balances on, it's the same thickness as your standard stamps, which is 3mm. So you're not going to get over inking on one side, so it's not going to be really thick on one side and look really out of proportion. So these presses are actually launching on Create and Craft on Monday. So you're getting a bit of a sneak peek at what's coming.
That's this tool, that's the layers of this tool that you're using now?
Yeah, it's a multi-station. There is another one which was launched from my partner's company, Under the Rainbow, and all the plates that we've got on both of them do interchange with each other as well. His plates will fit on mine, and my plates will fit on his as well. Oh,
that's really good. So a modular system where if you've already invested, you can still, what you bought before still works.
Yeah. And Adam's more down the parchment route, so he's got loads of parchment plates and things like that that'll fit on this, and mine will fit, as I say, mine will fit on Adam's as well.
And anybody watching around the world now, obviously on the HouseCraft Network YouTube and on Facebook page as well, on the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival, if I was desperate to get hold of one now and I live in somewhere a long way away, where would I head to?
Pearlywinks.com.
Okay.
They are on pre-order on the website.
Okay. I love it when there's a simple answer. Pearlywinks.com.
It's better than the last one. The last one was pearlywinkscraftsupplies.com. So it was a really long one.
So it says what it does, but it's just that extra bit of typing. You've got to spell everything correctly.
Yeah.
Oh, Simon, this is absolutely lovely. Look at that colour combination as well.
So if I'd have done that on a 15x15, you've got the measurements here where you'd line everything up. But if I'd have done that on a 15x15, 15x30, I could just pop my card in and score it at the 15. I would do the 16 because I'm going to ruin that otherwise. Score it and fold it. So it really is an all-in-one station. It's got all this. It's perfect for a brand new crafter who needs a scoreboard, a stamp press, because it's got everything there ready to go.
Yeah, that's absolutely wonderful, Simon. What a creation as well. It's so easy to get a very professional result there as well. So beautiful. I know we've got a good view of what you've made there already, Simon, but just to get that extra look, and for everybody here live in the room too, that perfect circle, that perfect garland, using all of those wonderful stamps. It's just gorgeous. And you could have taken any one of your stamps from your stamp collection there and created a slightly different, you've got all these, what I would normally call the filler stamps, those smaller stamps. So every garland would be different.
Yeah, it really puts you in control. I think there's 42 stamps on that stamp set, which is, we have got those in stock at the stand, and it's just really good for creating wreaths. It can be used at all occasions, birthdays, Christmas, Easter. So
That's absolutely wonderful, Simon. Is there anything else you wanted to say or do for us today? It's completely up to you. It can be a yes, it can be a no. It's fine.
Yeah.
There's no pressure.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll show you the stencil that you get with this.
Okay, yeah.
As well.
So Simon just said he was going to show us the stencil that you get with the machine as well. I'm calling it a machine. It's a multi-station, but because it does so much stuff, you'd think there's something under the hood here. You know.
So what I've done is I've just put my flat platform on there.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my card in. This stencil comes with it. As you can see, it's well loved. Start with my orange. So these ink pads, as I say, they're brilliant for everything really. I use them for my stenciling, stamping. You can use them for your colouring.
So I notice how you're going straight into the ink pad as well. But if you want to just squish a little bit of ink off first, you could dip into that. They look juicy enough to do that.
That's probably an easier thing to do actually. I didn't think of that one.
Yeah, but but you can't. You know, you've got to. You don't want to put it out into the lovely.
No.
So if you were at home, you'd have.
To be fair, I could put it onto my plastic platform and pick it up off there.
Yeah.
So there are ways of doing it because it is, as I say, it is a multi-station as well, and it's all white clean, so it's perfect for that.
That's actually very good because if you wanted to blend, you can blend it off matte and then and bring it onto project.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just doing this really quickly. You'd obviously take more time at home. Turn my stencil round.
Oh, I see how these stencils are designed now. So yeah, you've got the outer design,
and the inner,
and now you've got the actual detail of the palm trees, and then you've got a couple there and some birds.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a beautiful design. This.
Yeah. Nice. It's nice and quick, especially if you want something quick to do. It's nice and summery as well.
And you've got a silhouette of the palm trees as well. So it's not like somebody's had a barbecue out and it's gone out of control. You've got charred palm trees, but these are a wonderful silhouette where you've got that sunset behind, that sunset of colour. It's a stunning one.
Yeah. So if I was doing this at home, I'd obviously spend a bit more time. I'd put more ink on just to make it darker and get the black.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And then just turn that around. There.
Simon, this is absolutely lovely. Whenever I see a new, like a stamp or a stencil, I'm always thinking like, how would I use it? And I'm just looking to our crafty audience here, our live audience. I'm thinking, am I along the right lines of thinking like, we think, journals, photo albums, this looks like a perfect one to use. If you were to put a summer photo album together or a journal, that would be a lovely thing to have on the background of a page, delicately, second generation style, or on the front cover. That's a really nice, bold statement piece, that.
Yeah, so it's lovely. I love that design. It's brilliant for all your summer cards and things like that. So you can say, I don't even know, I think 14 minutes, if that, and I've done both of those in 14 minutes. So it's really quick, it's really achievable as well.
Yeah, we were chatting for 2 minutes, so I reckon 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Did those in 12 minutes, give or take.
Yeah.
yeah. But that is, what a design there. And, you're right, for a card, for a summer card, for a photo album, for a memories book from...
Someone moving abroad.
Yeah.
Going on holiday.
Are you, Simon, have you got any plans?
I'd love to. I'd love to go and live in Malta.
Yeah, well, I've just come back from a rainy few days in Blackpool and, Liverpool here. So, and now I'm back again. So, yeah, wouldn't mind being there, actually. Paradise, that looks like there, Simon. So tell us what you're going to be expecting for the rest of the day. What are your plans on the stand?
So we've got a demo area where either myself or Adam are going to be demoing, and we've got loads of offers on and some great deals. And
Pearlywinks were here for the last Stamping Together festival, weren't you?
I think we've been here for the last 2 or 3.
Right, okay, so is it a regular gig for you?
Yeah.
What do you love about the Port Sunlight Stamping Together festival?
Just the people. I love the people. Obviously we're big supporters of Stamps by Me as well.
Yeah.
And it's just a really lovely venue, and it's nice to get out and chat to people as well.
Yeah, as I reach for my phone, because we've got some comments on the live YouTube, so I want to say hello to Rosie Beaumont. Thank you very much for joining in. There's Sandra as well. Karen Whittaker, thank you very much for commenting. And also we've got a message from Audrey, Susan. But can you see, we've got somebody on the Amalfi Coast watching. So let us know in the comments, maybe on the Facebook page, on the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival Facebook group, or on the Housecraft Network YouTube channel. Let us know in the live chat. I won't hold my phone up too close because there's a big crack on the screen cover you can see there. Unbelievable. It wasn't me that dropped it, it was my kids. Always blame somebody else, Simon. For a crafty accident. Well, let me know, one thing, has anything gone wrong where it's been a happy accident, as we call it in the crafting world? He looks worried. Because I can think of a couple where I've thought, I'm going to have to fix this, and it's a happy accident that's turned into something completely unexpected. Do you want me to give my one?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I was trimming down a piece of card, I was trying to get like a nice border, and I was taking a little bit more off each time. And I took so much off that I lost my actual border in the end. So I had to glue a piece of lace around the edge. And it actually turned out to be a really nice design that looked like sort of vintage Victorian design. And that would never have happened if I wasn't so bad with a paper trimmer.
I don't like paper trimmers.
There you go. Don't ever try one. No, do. Paper trimmer, it's like a classic. What do you do then? Score and, yeah, okay. Oh,
a guillotine.
Yeah, the guillotine. Okay.
I'm no good with the paper trimmers.
All right, I understand that, Simon, I understand that. So with everything that you're crafting today, I know what you've already got in your head about what you're planning, but is there anything that you're going to be shopping for or looking for when you're zipping around the stalls?
I don't know.
No?
No. I don't. I tend to go on with bags and bags and bags, and then. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up in my bags.
All right then. Okay. So are you a firm? Because ever since I've known you for a good few years now, you've always been a firm stamper. You love your inking. Is there any area that you think one day I'm gonna go off track and try something new?
I've tried loads of crafts, to be honest with you. Originally, I didn't like stamping because I just could not do it. Whereas now, I prefer my stamping above anything else.
Did anybody else hear that sharp intake of breath when he said he didn't like stamping?
Now it's my favourite thing.
Now it's your favourite thing?
Yeah, it was because I couldn't do it and I didn't have the right tools to do it. Yeah. Whereas now, I've got the right tools, I've got different presses, and I just love stamping. It's my favourite.
Simon, there's going to be so many people that we think the same thing. You know, you try something and you might not be successful the first time, but it's about having the right tools, it's about having the right support. And absolutely, because I found, you know, these inks, for example, like some of the hybrid inks that I've used, really forgiving. Like you can't make a mistake sometimes. I like that.
Yeah, these inks are brilliant, and they're water reactive as well. Yeah. So if you do make a mistake, just go over it.
Okay. Yeah. If it's water reactive, you've got that. You've got that reassurance, I guess. Well, thank you to all the comments coming through on the YouTube live chat as well. We might raise the Amalfi Coast, I don't know, but so far that looks like the furthest. My eyesight's not good enough to double check all these at the same time. I'm just pretending I can still read. But the Amalfi Coast looks like the furthest. That's Jan Robbins watching from the Amalfi Coast. She says, I wish I could have come to the show. Missed it last year too. And then I would probably go crazy buying everything. Ain't that the truth though? We have to be careful, don't we? We have to be careful, because I need to think about all the crafty stuff I've got at home already. Some of the stuff, the stamps I've already got ink on, and the stencils I've already got ink on. But for every one thing I've used a lot, I've got another thing that's still in its packet. So I bet I'm not the only one. Have you got a few things like that as well?
I've got loads. Usually when I come to a craft fair. So I've got bags with things in that I've never touched.
My excuse is it'll get used one day.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Simon, thank you so much for everything you've shown us today.
Thank you.
And also you've had the first crafting slot, so it's like that, get in there as the first one, so we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day here, and I hope it's really successful. We'll have to come and see you on the Pearlywinks stall.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant, thank you.
And to anybody watching now, live around the world, who's thinking, do you know what, I should have made it there, I really want to go next time, what would you say to them?
Get on a flight. Get on a flight and get over.
All right, whether it's a car journey, whether it's a train journey, whether it's a flight or a boat ride, however it is, put the How to Craft Network on the YouTube channel with the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival. Put that on your radar to maybe make it here one day in the future. But thank you to Simon.
Thank you.
Stay tuned with us. We're going to be back for more on this channel, however you're watching us, whether it's on the Facebook or on YouTube. We'll see you again for more crafting in about 20 minutes' time. Hello there, thank you very much for logging on or tuning in to the Facebook page there on the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival page and also on the How to Craft Network YouTube channel. Thank you very much for logging on. Cecilia and Abel here, of course, from Glitzcraft.
Yep.
How are you today, and has it been a good day so far?
I'm very good, thank you. I've been floating around today because I've got someone else demoing on the stand today, so I've been a bit of a lady of leisure today. So it's quite nice to go and actually walk around some of the stands and see what everybody's doing.
You see, this is a question I was holding in my back pocket just in case, and this might strike a chord with our live audience here at the show too. But I was going to ask, what's the vibe of the show? For anybody watching live on either the YouTube channel or the Facebook page, just try and give me an overview. I asked Simon from Pearlywinks the same question as well. What would you say to anyone who can't see it or hasn't visited yet?
It's just such a nice feeling because it's a little show, so it's not massive. It's not going to take you, 7 hours to walk around it. You're going to get lots of demonstrations. You're going to get to see lots of people who demonstrate on the daily basis for a living. It's just a nice place to be. So it's good because you can actually see product, you can touch it, you can ask questions if you've got them. So it's a really good way to see products demonstrated so that when you go home, you know what you're doing.
I love it. So I don't think either of us will know what we're doing, will we?
No.
No, but that's the idea. When you go home, you'll know what you're doing. So what will you be demonstrating for us today for our live audience here in the room and for everybody at home?
So I have got a 4-layer Highland cow stencil which has been on TV and everybody loves it. So I've brought that to show everybody how to do it using a combination of inks and glitter pastes. And then I've got another couple of little background stencil and a title stencil that we'll throw in there as well.
So to anyone who already owns it, is thinking, oh great, extra inspiration.
Exactly.
Anybody that doesn't yet own it, they can head over to your website maybe and pick it up.
They can do, or we have it on the stand here. If you're not at the show, then you can get it on the website. There's on Facebook, we've got lots of tutorials and things on there as well. So
love it. So take it away then.
Thank
What's
you.
on the show?
Right, put the specs on first so I can actually see what I'm doing. And then I'm going to start with the title so that I've got time for it to dry because I didn't bring my heat gun. So I'm going to tape it down, and I've just got a little bit of white card that I'm going to tape down. So this is stencil tape. It's not masking tape, even though it does look a bit like masking tape. And I always tape it all the way around so that I don't end up with paste going where I don't want it. I'm going to take some of our glitter paste, and this one is the light blue, and then all you do is just take a small amount of paste and just scrape across the top of your stencil, filling in all those spaces. Extra paste goes straight back into the pot so you can save it for next time. Pop that away and then just remove your stencil. So I'm going to leave that to the side and let that dry. Grab a little bit of paper towel so I can just wipe the extra paste off my knife.
Can I feel that? Can I feel the paper towel?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a soft one. It's a good quality. Sorry, I'm a bit of a paper towel, kitchen towel snob. But that's a good one.
And then we've got the 4 layers of the Highland cow. So we'll start with the horns. And I'm going to position that quite high because that is the highest point of the stencil. So pop that down. And again, tape it all the way around. You can reuse the tape, so don't think, that once you've used it once, that's it. And then I just want to make sure that it is all nice and flat. So there we go. And then, what colour? Let's go with the nice vibrant. So I've got my little stencil brushes, ink it up, and then I'm just going to swirl in a circle through the stencil and apply the colour. So that goes on. Pop that one back. Switch this over. So there's the first layer. Take that one off. Pop it to the side. So your next layer, you've got this little indentation just above the horn, and we'll just slide that in and then just wiggle it around so that you've not got anything over the top of anything else.
That's so clever, so you can see where each layer of each stencil goes. You'll tuck it in, That's
and then
your marker.
Yes, because otherwise you're kind of wiggling it around just hoping for the best. But we've given you also, I think we've actually got instructions as well. So on the back of the stencil, we've got instructions on how everything layers up.
Sorry, can you just show me this again?
Yeah.
There you go, and put those over there. That's what every man does with the instructions, isn't it true? Husbands, boyfriends, other halves,
Chuck it
uncles,
away.
brothers. The instructions go to one side. They never read them. Idiots, aren't they? Yeah.
So let's go with some orange. And again, ink up my brush. And then through the stencil.
Actually, I was being silly about these. They're very clear indeed. Very clear.
Thank you.
Yeah. So for any crafters that do read instructions, they're very good.
There we go. So just keep applying your ink. And the one thing that I have discovered is if you use the small brushes, you get a very intense colour. But if I use the same ink colour with one of our larger brushes, you get a very pale, sort of diluted colour. So it depends on what you want the finish to be like. If you want it to be nice, intense colour, then use the small brushes. And if you want it to be a little more pale, then you use the bigger ones. So that's layer 2. So we've got, if I flick that round and I can let people see. So you've got 2 layers so far. Now some people have said that they actually like it just like that. And if that's what you want to do, then that's fine. So you've got your 2 layers so far, like so.
So, you know, our Highland cow has got the image, like you say.
Yes.
That's where we could stop and leave it if we wanted to, just with 2 layers for a quick make maybe.
Yep, so now we'll put the 3rd layer on. And again, bit of tape.
And you're in a rush, so you're not reusing what you've got.
No,
today.
I
You're
will.
in the interest of
Yeah, I
time.
will actually peel it off when I go back to the stand and use it.
Yeah.
So pop that on, and let's go some nice. Ooh, let's go green. So got my next ink colour, and we'll just go through again with that. And you can repeat stencil the flowers that are on the these stencils, so that if you want to double layer it or triple, or make them all raised up, then you can do that. Just do them separately, cut them out and stick them on. So that's that one. And again, take that one off.
And you're using ink, but these stencils are nice and thick.
I am.
It looks like a thick mylar, so if I wanted to use my stencil paste instead of ink, I could.
We can indeed, and actually what I'm going to do is on the last layer, I'm going to do the paste. So again, just line that up. You've got the instructions that tells you how to line it up, but as long as you've not got pieces overlapping other pieces, then it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so instructions-wise, it says the last stencil has a small hole at the top, close to the rightmost flower. Use this to align the stencil above the middle of the large flower, and again, wiggle it so nothing overlaps. So you just aim for that small hole top left, or top, at the top close to the rightmost flower, there.
So now we've got the glitter paste. So I'm going to take a small scoop of it on the back of the knife, and then just spread. And it's literally just like buttering your toast. So spread that over and just fill in all your little gaps. And you can do different colours and things on it as well. So if you want to make it really multicoloured, you could do 2 colours per layer and you'll end up with a really vibrant Highland cow. So again, take off your tape. Now this one I normally would say take 3 sides off. Get that out of the way, and then lift that up and off, and that is your Highland cow. So if I flip that round, then hopefully you can see it.
It's lovely, lovely. It's beautiful.
So you've got, hopefully you can see there's a bit of glitter on there from the last layer, and we'll leave that to the side for just a second.
Also, Leona, I'm loving those funky colours that you've used. You've gone for, straight away, to anybody guessing what colours you could have used, any of them, at the very start. But that Highland cow could be a classic sort of 3 shades of brown or a cream colour. But, to have that freedom as a crafter, just to say, this is my stencil, that's the whole point, isn't it? Once you've got the stamp, once you've got the stencil, you could make it for whoever you want, however you want. And that's the kind of the penny drops, doesn't it? For any crafters or anyone getting into crafting, that's the driver.
Yeah, And that's the good thing about stencils, is that you can completely make it your own. So if you want to match a certain colour to your colour schemes for home or whatever, you can do that. But you can also make it vibrant and bright and colourful. And or you can make it, you know, whatever you want. If you want all shades, I've seen it done all shades of grey. I've seen it done in all shades of blue. I've seen it done in shades of pink, and every single one you look at and you go, oh, I love it. I love it. So
and that's the beauty of social media. You get on, you can have a look at how other people have done it, and you get inspiration from others. So whether you're going to use black card or white card or craft card, you make those decisions along the way.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is you can even change your mind halfway through. So if you start it and then think, oh, I don't really like that colour, then it's not a problem, just change it. So on this one, I've now got the background, which is a cow print, and I'm just going to use a bit of the orange and just go through, just randomly. I don't want it to be all nice and neat, just a bit of random cow print in some of the corners. So again, just ink that up. Now, I would recommend taping it down so that it doesn't move, but just for quickness, I'm just using my hand to hold it. So you've got a bit of the cow print on both sides. Pop that to the side. Now you can see, if I pull that in, you can see how it's much more vibrant there than it is on there. And that's because I've used a different brush. So with the small brushes, you get a much more vibrant colour.
See, that's what you were talking about earlier, but it's nice to see it now and get the intensity versus that delicacy,
so,
just down to the brush. Same ink pad, different brush.
Same ink pad, exact same ink pad, just using a different brush. So I'm just trimming down the sentiment that we did first. So you can see that because I didn't have my heat gun with me, it normally takes about 4 or 5 minutes to dry it on its own. But if you do want to dry it faster, you can use your heat tool. But you don't have to. So if you don't have one at home, don't panic and think you can't use the glitter paste, because it will dry on its own. So pop that off to the side, and then find my scissors, and we'll do a little bit of fussy cutting, which might take a few minutes. So I probably should have done one of these to prepare earlier, but we'll give it a quick go.
That's all right, we're good for time.
And then just...
I think one of the things with fussy cutting is that I'm not very good at it, never was, still am not very good. But one of the biggest tips I've given myself is confidence, is just go for it. It doesn't need to be perfect. So I don't know what, maybe we could get a little bit of interaction from our live audience here and any tips on it, but what would you say with anybody that thinks, oh, fussy cutting?
It's definitely easier, I think, if you turn the paper, not the scissors. So instead of sitting with your scissors, your arm all bent in, actually turn the paper. And I also like to tear off all the extra bits. So if you've got bits that are kind of not needed, just get rid of them, because it makes it a little bit easier for you to cut with. So just spin that around.
But yeah, anybody watching this now, because you see, you're not being, it's beautiful, you're doing a great job, but you're not worrying about every single turn and twist and corner.
And it's one of those things that you do get a bit better. If you want to practice, the best thing to practice on is actually acetate.
Okay.
Because when you fussy cut around acetate, you don't see the edges anyway.
Right, invisible.
So it's a bit like a little practice session without anybody being able to see that you've not done it exactly the way that you would maybe want to do it.
Good tip, good tip.
So with the stencil paste, you can actually stencil onto acetate as well.
Does it take a bit longer to dry?
Will take a little bit longer, because unless you've got heat resistant acetate, you can't heat dry it. But if you've got heat resistant, then absolutely, you can even use your heat tool on that and dry it quicker. So,
do you know the biggest tip with that is make sure it's heat resistant?
Yes, otherwise you end up with shrink plastic. So if in doubt,
hands up.
If in doubt, don't heat it.
Yeah.
You don't want to take a chance and end up with a shrink plastic Highland cow.
No.
Well, maybe you do. I don't know.
Make a nice pendant, wouldn't it? Like a nice
little brooch,
earrings or something. I had a woolly jumper like that. It started off as an extra large, and it turned into like you could use it on an action man or a doll now. It's a really expensive jumper, utterly wasted.
Yeah.
Thanks, washing machine. Actually, it was human error. But,
I was going to say, it's probably usually the tumble dryer that you put things in, and all of a sudden it comes out 2 sizes smaller.
Yeah.
So.
Funnily enough, woolly jumper, Highland cow, kind of similar.
Yeah.
So, Nearly.
Nearly there. Just a few more little jagged cuts down the bottom, and then we're done.
So Glitzcraft is
Yes.
all about the glitz, isn't it?
It is.
The paste, the stencils,
Yeah.
the glitz. Yeah.
So we do mostly stencils, and that's mostly what people will know me for. But we do a lot of MDF, we do a lot of inks, we do lots of different things. So if you've not checked us out, then come round and say hi.
Yeah.
Lisa's on the stand doing demonstrations all
Lisa.
day. So, oh, hang on, going
No,
down.
don't worry. I won't get it because I won't come back. There you go.
So,
And anybody watching live on the Facebook group or Facebook Live or YouTube channel, if you see me looking off to the side over this way and smiling, it's because we've got our live audience in the room with us here at Port Sunlight as well. So lovely to know that you've logged on and tuned in. But great to see our crafty faces in the room too.
there we go. So just put a little bit of paste just around the edge. And then if I had brought the pop dots or the foam pads, then I would have done that, but I don't have it. So I will do that when I go back to the stand. And that's it, all done.
Oh, that's wonderful, Leona. Thank you so much. So,
If I hold
so you
that
just
up,
be gluing down.
yeah, actually, I probably, hang on, let me
Or
put the
maybe
glue
a few
on.
foam pads or
I've
something.
lost my glue. I've lost my glue.
It's not here. We've lost our glue.
There, found it.
Hey,
Found it.
there you go. So a bit of 3D glue gel, raise it up a little bit. You get your wiggle time with this glue, don't you?
Yes.
And then how's it going? Just one of several sentiments that are cow related
There we go.
on your. Oh, that's a lovely card and so
we-
bright
And then obviously
colourful.
you can mat and layer it as well if you want to. So
mat-
I've just left it quite simple, but you can mat and layer it as well if you want. And we also, I don't have them with me here, but on our website we've got wobblies, so you could put one of those under it and the whole thing then would move.
Yeah.
So
It just
There we go.
depends on what finish, what vibe
Exactly.
you're going for, and who you're making it for. At the
that's it.
end.
And the
Yeah.
good thing about the wobblies is they fold flat for posting. So it's not like if you put foam pads or anything under it where it stays raised. This will flatten down to let you post it out as
Oh,
well.
that's
So-
lovely. Yeah, always important, isn't it?
Yeah.
The weight and the size,
Yep.
and whether it's going to be too thick or too thin. But you want to get that. We have our live audience with us here. Has anybody got any questions that they wanted to pose to Leona? We've got Tim browsing with a wireless microphone, and he's just waiting for the wink or the nod. Has anybody got a question for you, Tim? Yep, we've got a question. Here we go. Now, we can't hear
No,
this question,
we
so
can't
we
hear.
might need it relayed. Okay.
The brushes, are the brushes foam? No.
The question is, are the brushes foam? They're very fine bristles,
yeah.
aren't they?
No, there's loads and hundreds and thousands of bristles. So it is bristles, and they are very densely packed. So
Those ones.
yeah. So they're
Just
not foam.
So not foam. They
No.
look. It looks like a.
It does look like not those ones. The small ones.
Oh, they're bristles.
Yeah.
They're bristles.
So,
those ones.
Yeah, they are
Yeah.
all bristles. So you've got lots of bristles in there, and we've
Yeah.
got them on the stand. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that way. Yeah. And so anybody watching on the YouTube channel or the Stamping Together Facebook page for Port Sunlight, if they wanted to get hold of anything they've
Yeah.
seen today, which website do I head to?
So it would be www.glitzcraft.co.uk.
Do you know, somebody told me this years ago, you know the www dot?
Yeah.
It's quicker to go World Wide Web.
Really? There you go. You learn something new every day.
World Wide Web. www dot.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I'm not telling you how to live your life though.
To be fair, I wouldn't have normally said www. I would just have said glitzcraft.co.uk.
Yeah, but you're just trying to be too good. Too good. No forward slashes or dashes or anything like that. Just get on there for Glitzcraft. So anybody that wants to get into their stenciling, their inking, and their card making, and
MDF,
stamping,
all that kind of stuff. We've got loads of samples on this in the stand. So if you want to come around, feel free to take some pictures. Go onto the website, go onto Facebook. There's thousands of pictures out there of all the different stencils and things we do.
It's nice to know when you've got the help and support out there. Leona, thank you so
You're
much.
very welcome.
You've put up with me. You've got through it. Thank you very much. But thank you on behalf of everybody watching and everybody here live with us as well. Thank you for everything that you've shown us and taught us today. Stay tuned. There will be more crafting coming up on this very channel. However you've logged on and tuned in, see you either on the YouTube channel or the Facebook page in due course. Hello there, thank you very much for logging on, tuning in or staying with us live at home or wherever you are. You might be out and about these days with the internet and the way it is. Joe is here from Lavinia Stamps and Joe just said to me about 5 seconds before we went live, he said, what did you say?
Can I go now?
Strikes fear into it. Don't leave me here. You never know what
Don't you leave me.
Well, I won't leave you, Joe, but now that we've got that out of the way, we've got our live audience in the room as well, supporting Joe, supporting Lavinia Stamps. But what will you be demonstrating with today?
I'm going to create in this sort of design. So we're going to be using our circle masks, our stamps, and a little bit of tickling with our stencil.
Okay.
Have you done tickling?
Okay, now I'm new to some of your words and phrases here, Joe, so is tickling one of them, is it?
It is. We're going to be tickling our stencils.
Do I need to be worried?
We might have to wait till after 9 o'clock though.
Okay, all right then, I consider myself warned.
You've got a nice pink.
Yeah, I have on. I blush easily, I think. I'm a good boy. I'm a real
good
boy.
girl.
Oh, this is making me even more scared. I don't know, who should I trust more? I don't know.
Me.
Yes, okay, Joe. So, how's it going for you at the show so far?
Really
what
good.
we're going to find on the Lavinia Stamp stall?
I have to say we've got some lovely new products. We've got some steampunk designs. We're using oxides, we're using our stencils, obviously our little tickling stick, 3 different sizes, large, medium and small. Lots of things for you.
So I've got images of Ken Dodd now with the tickle stick. I'm worried. I'm not even going to touch that.
That's my Inky Binky.
Inky Binky?
He has been with me. This is this year's. We have a different one every year.
Right, okay. I'll just take that as given then. Okay, so far. Joe, I'm worried about where this is going to go, but do you want to take it away?
You'll be safe with me,
right.
I promise. I'll be gentle. Come back!
All right, okay, Joe, take it away.
Are you going to leave that there all day?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to stick this microphone right there because for our live audience in the room. But yeah, Joe, take it away. What do you want to do?
Right, so we've got some multifarious card here. And we're going to create a beautiful design, and we're going to use one of our circle acetate masks. And this, you can use any ink. We're going to use salvaged patina. And I've got a little tip for you here, Matt. When you're using ink, a lot of crafters put too much ink on the stencil brush.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is ink up and then just take a little bit off on the lid. And another little tip, when you're working, always put your ink on your mask first, and then just gently, and we're just gently going to build up some colour in this circle, but it is all about being gentle. And this is where just a nice light, don't hold, a lot of crafters hold the brush too hard. And again, just nice and light, and we're just building up. The thing is, you can always add this ink, so just build it up slowly.
Is this the age-old, you can build it up slowly, you can't take it away.
Exactly.
If you make a mistake and going too heavy, that's it.
So if I take that off and show you, look at that beautiful design.
Lovely.
Now I want a moon mask in this, so I'm going to just turn it around, just because this is the way I'm a bit funny, I have to work upside down.
Yeah.
But I'm going to add my moon here and pop this back on, look.
It's quite important that, so don't be afraid to turn the project to suit you.
And the reason we're doing this is a lot of crafters, again, can be very heavy-handed, and if I'm heavy-handed at the base of the moon, it will just look like shadow. Okay. I like a cheat, so this is a good cheat.
Okay, we like cheats and hacks are a good thing these days, aren't they? Any tips? That's why it's so good to be on the stalls and see people and be able to talk to people that have designed these things. You can get direct access, can't you, and tips?
There are a lot of ways of just making your work look even better. I think now as crafters, we're not just card makers, we're artists, and that's the thing. So I'm very gently just tickling that, and when I take that away, look, even though it's the same colour, it's tone on tone.
Yeah, it's lovely.
So what I'm going to do now is just add a little bit of stencil work as well. And I'm just going to take my time putting my stencil across. Same thing, look. And again, this is very important. I want the corners deeper in colour because that will frame my design. So I always start tickling the corner first and then just gently move my way. And if I want to see how it looks, I can lift it up, look. So I can see I need a little bit more here and here. And again, I want some stencil work up here. So the same thing, ink start on the corner and just gradually, but I'm being mindful, I don't want to come too close to the circle I've already put on. If I lift this up, look, can you see? I've got a little bit of a halo.
Yes.
So that just complements the design.
It's lovely.
And the reason we're using these two corners is when we read in a Z shape, our eye goes across, down. And if we've put work in these two corners, that pleases our eye, so we actually feel euphoric.
Does it have to be the Z as in top left?
Just that's the way you do read, that's the way the eye, that's the way the brain works.
Okay, so when we're doing that, we're thinking top left, bottom right, not necessarily the other way?
It's just more pleasing to the eye.
Okay.
So what we've got, that's a lovely basic design, but we're going to add some stamping. And what I've done is I've made myself a mask. That's because I want to stamp just in that area. Now, I'm afraid I'm little and pathetic and I have to have copy paper. Don't ask me why, but it helps my stamping. The ladies will know I'm very nervous at stamping. So I find copy paper, and for me, it's just one of those things that works.
Jo, permission to speak, you're brilliant at what you do, and don't ever sell yourself short.
I know my limits, and also I know if I struggle, other ladies or gents might struggle, and that might just help them as well.
So we're only human, and
exactly.
And we sort of come up with tips that help us, so help you help yourself sort of thing, but and never
I think
feel bad about that.
But I think it's good that we all learn as well, and we all know that something might be a good technique for one person, might not work for somebody else.
Got it.
It's a bit like cooking, you know, you have all little tweaks on your recipes.
Oh, yeah.
For me, a lot of this is like recipes.
I suppose there is a bit of a link there, isn't there? Crafting and a recipe.
I think so.
Ingredients and you could use the same stamp for something completely different one day, the next day.
I mean, this I could use different colours, different stamps, different stencils. So I'm inking up now with a VersaFine Clair, and this is a permanent ink.
Right.
So I'm just going to add a couple of our beautiful floral stamps, and I'm using black to start off with, making sure I've got this mask. If I get distracted and I forget the mask, I'll end up stamping where I don't want. Yeah. So that's your job, not to distract me. So
is that my only job? Because whenever I've got one job, I always mess it up. It's like, you had one job, just one job, and you messed it up.
You're male. You're not known for your multitasking, to be fair.
Right, I'll take that. It's true.
So I'm just going to add, we've got a smaller stamp here. So I'm going to add a couple with this. And again, I'm being mindful, you don't always need the full stamped image. It's nice to have it coming off the design. If I just show you what we've got so far.
That's absolutely lovely.
But what we need now, we need a little something else. And we're going to use a beautiful orchard grass. And this is lovely, and we need it in two colours really, just to help bring a bit of perspective and depth. So I'm going to use Warm Breeze, because I think that's a blue colour which will tie in beautifully with the oxide. Okay,
very much tone on tone then, you're not going too off the beaten track.
That's it. If you go too far apart, it can look a little bit, I would say, like a pizza, like you've thrown too much at it, too many toppings. Yeah,
which is not a bad thing if that's what you want. You know, you might be going for really funky colours, but you're not here. You want to keep it very tonal.
Yeah.
You know, either it's a grass green or a blue or whatever that might be, but you're staying within that very closed.
Just for this particular design. I'm also using second generation, so obviously that's where we don't add ink, and again that will help with perspective. Now if I just show you, so for me that design looks beautiful, but it needs a little bit more grounding here. So often what I like to do, a little tip for that, is use the same stamp but go back to your black and just do a little bit of stamping in black. So again, we don't want to do too much, look, but just a couple of stamps there in the black.
So you're just taking the tip of that piece of orchard
grass? Yes, yeah, just the top tip, just for down here. And to me, that finishes it off without overcooking it. It doesn't spoil it.
Yeah, so it's a lovely composition. This coming together beautifully.
So what we've got now is just a couple of finishing tricks. Yeah. And those are, we're going to add some stickles and some Posca. Now, have you met stickles before?
I love my stickles.
Did you know it's rude?
Tell me more.
It can have wind.
Wind?
Yes. It can...
so anybody that's...
I'm just going to say wind. I'm going to leave it to the imagination, but it can have wind Windy pops, that's a good word.
Windy pops.
Windy pops on your work.
Windy pops sort of makes it more palatable, doesn't it? Windy pops. Yeah.
So my suggestion is pop your stickles on your mat because then it won't spit at your work.
Okay, so the danger of, a little bit like when you stamp your sentiment on, you might not stamp it directly on, you stamp it on another piece of card and then put it on. You don't want to hold your stickles over your project that you've just spent however long on and then go,
And it spits.
I'm not going to do the sound effect, but yeah.
It could spit.
Yeah.
Also, you can get quite a heavy amount of it.
Right.
Whereas this way, I've got an old, this is just a watercolour brush, it's just an old brush, and I will paint it on now. Also, I can put the stickles look exactly where I want, and it will also use less, which I'm a thrifty crafter.
Yeah, yeah.
So it will last longer, but also it will dry quicker because I'm painting it on.
Talking of thrifty, I love how you've got like an old water brush, sparkle marker, glitter marker, but you're using it again.
This is an empty Wink of Stella brush. Brilliant. So again, why would I throw it away? I'm a crafter.
Yeah. Yeah, the acrylic bristles are still good to go. The brush is still good to go.
And I don't clean it.
Right.
I'm a no clean. I literally put that on and that's perfect. So the other thing we need is some Posca splats. Have you met Posca?
I love. Has anybody got Posca pens here in our live studio audience? Yeah, yeah, me too. Not many. Got a pack of 12.
Oh,
I like to use them sparingly. But how many have you got?
A few. And did you know, if you've got one of those watches that counts your steps? I'm not doing what some of you think I'm doing. I'm getting my steps up.
Joe, you're so naughty.
I like that bit, but nice. I like
naughty
the little...
but nice. Naughty
so
but nice.
What we're going to do now is add some Posca splats. And I'm going for a nice... It's all right.
Just checking how many steps I've done.
Oh, I thought you got Posca on there.
No. 7,000 steps today already.
You've done a lot of Posca shaking today, haven't you?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to add... Now, this is good if you're in a bad mood, if somebody's annoyed you, because you can really get those Posca splats. But I'm in a good mood today, you'll be glad to know.
That did quieten me down. I was wondering there, Joe.
So, to finish off, we need a sentiment. So, you can choose. We've got these beautiful sentiment stickers.
What do you think? We've got.
You choose, it's all on you.
What about this? I don't want to put it all on me. We've got live in the moment. We've got be kind. Moments like these. I love you more. I think that's a bit too full on that.
Yeah,
one.
I think it's for our first meeting. I think we've got to,
I love you more.
You need to buy me a coffee first.
Yeah, at least. Do they take contactless?
Oh, they do. I've checked.
Yeah, I have as well. Yeah. Always check where the loos are, and always check where the cafe is.
Yes,
That's my
I do
one.
exactly the same.
Yeah. What about good times ahead?
Perfect.
That's nice and positive, isn't it? Good times ahead. Yeah.
So a little tip with this as well, if you go and stick it straight down and then you suddenly decide you want to move it, it's not easy to take it off. So I would always recommend just pop it on something, look, and then I can decide, shall I have it here? Oh, actually, I was going to put it down there, but it looks nicer up there. So again, I'm just going to pop that on. And then I'm just going to edge it, so I've got a black fine liner pen here, and because I've got a black line around my design, I'm just going to bend forward and it will be a very wobbly line today because I'm shaking like a leaf, but there we go.
That is beautiful.
Do you want me
beautiful,
to
Joe.
hold
Yeah,
it
if you
up?
just hold it steady for our viewers at home on you. Hold it steady. Hold it steady.
Hold it wobbly.
The more somebody says that, the more you sort of want to sort of shake and it's like when someone's got a tray of drinks, don't drop it. Yeah. Anyway, hold it steady then, Joe.
Yeah,
but what a
hold
piece.
it
I mean,
straight.
that's lovely. And simple to do as well, layer by layer. We're not, a simple
that
make.
recipe.
Yeah. So step by step, stick to the recipe.
And again, you can do it in different colours. As I say, I've got one here, if I can pick it up, with greens. So again...
Shall I hold one and you hold the other?
Yeah.
So we see the difference here. Just shows you how warm it is. So with the greens and yellows versus the cooler blues, you get a really nice, sort of a different vibe just from your stenciling.
But again, you could do a set of notelets and you could maybe do a pink one.
Yeah.
A brown.
Yeah.
orange. You know, you could give somebody a set of notebooks like this. What a lovely present that would be.
Yeah, it is beautiful, that. And then also to have the freedom to sort of, you know, you're personalising the envelopes, you're personalising the ribbon that you might tie your notelets together, and it's about adding value when you are making to sell. It's so hard to do that.
And I think something like this is a lovely generic design.
Yeah, a generic design, yeah.
And again, unfortunately, we have to make sympathy cards at times.
Yeah.
This would make, if you did beautiful grey tones, use the lost shadow.
Yeah.
That would make a beautiful sympathy design, if there is such a thing. But
you're looking
or if
for
somebody's
beauty.
going through a bad time.
You know, especially for that kind of a card, you want beauty, what am I looking for? Beauty, simplicity. You just want to say
Elegance.
the message, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it oozes warmth. And I think for somebody to know that you've made that for them.
Yeah. It's true, it's that personality of crafting, isn't it? That personal make. You know you've made it from the heart, especially bespoke for them. They know that you've made that. And I think a crafted, this is why we all make, and this is why we buy other crafters' makes, isn't it? It's because we know that the effort's gone into it, the thought and the heart's gone into it as well. Tim's got his microphone ready. Anybody watching now on the YouTube or the Facebook page, Joe, are you ready for the studio questions or the audience questions? There may not be any, and we don't mind. We're not going to force anybody to ask a question, but Tim is ready if you do have any questions for Joe here from Lavinia Stamps. Put your hand up or make a sort of gesture, keep it kind, towards Tim. Tim's our tech guy in the background. Be kind. No, we can't hear this question, Joe, so we'll need it relayed to us. What is the name of the stamp?
The first one is Summer Flowers, Orchard Grass. It's the little baby. We have a larger one called Field Grass. Orchard Grass is the smaller little sister.
So what was the first one as well?
Field Grass. Field Grass.
Field Grass.
And then the smaller one here is Orchard Grass.
Okay, and where do I find anything that you've used today stamping-wise?
So, either at Lavinia Stamps or today I'm with Stampers Grove. And we've got our stencil brushes, we've got stencils, inks, come and see us, we've got everything.
Okay.
Our dirty stickles.
So it's dirty stickles as well, the windy pop stickles.
Windy pop stickles.
Oh dear, that sausage roll went down the wrong way. Joe, last question, because that's for anybody here to visit the stand. Anybody watching live on the Facebook or the YouTube, websites, where do we go?
Yeah, Stampers Grove have a website. James is excellent with his customer service. Also, Lavinia Direct, we have a website.
Okay, so that's for anybody. Oh, sorry, what were you going to say?
We've also got a YouTube channel. So again, lots of demos on there.
So any demos, any inspiration, guidance. So you're not. So it immediately adds value to something, doesn't it? When you've bought a set of stamps or a stencil, whatever it might be, how do I use it? How do I get the best out of it? That gives you that value back.
Yeah. And I also do YouTubes. A lot of crafters message me and say they bought a stamp, they haven't used it. I then produce a design and show them just one idea how to use it.
That's nice. So like a challenge. Say, I've got this stamp. What would you do with it?
Yeah. The same with products. We don't sell things and just walk away.
Yeah.
We really are there for crafters and to educate. My passion is education and workshops. And just so we can all have fun and enjoy what we do.
So I know you've got to sort of watch what you do and say when we're live on internet and everything. So are your workshops, is the content any different, Joe?
Similar but different.
Yeah.
We always have a cheeky brew and a biscuit and usually a piece of cake in the afternoon.
There you go. So a reason to know, a reason to go and a reason to know Joe in real life as well. You can be a bit cheekier, be a bit,
I might.
bit naughtier. Look, it's been brilliant, Joe. Thank you for behaving yourself today. And thank you for everything you've shown as well. Thank you to our live audience in the room. Give Joe a nice round of applause. I will when I put the microphone down. But stay tuned with us as well because we'll have more crafting for you. Emma Blake from Thirsty Brush is going to be here, but you can see the whole rundown of everybody if you look in the description section of your video that you're watching. You'll be able to see the other demonstrations that are coming up this afternoon here live at Port Sunlight. Thank you so much for making the journey to Port Sunlight, everybody live in the room too. And thank you to Joe for a lovely demonstration. Stay tuned with us. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for logging on and tuning in. My name's Matt, and we are live here with Emma Blake, flying the flag for Thirsty Brush. We've also got our audience here live in the room at Port Sunlight for the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival. And we're absolutely loving being able to see all the stalls. Has everybody had a good day so far? Yes, and lots of yeses and nods and smiles as well. So it's brilliant to see so many crafters and artists out and about, and also with so many different stalls. Emma, are you having a good day?
I'm having a fabulous day. I've been round as well.
Oh yeah.
So obviously I've got new paints for Thirsty Brush as well. That's nobody else has ever seen. They're not out yet, so you can only get them here today. And I'm going to show how to use them.
Okay,
Yes.
excellent stuff. So however you're watching us, whether it's on the How to Craft Network YouTube channel or on the Facebook page for the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival, thank you for your time in logging on and seeing just another one of our live demonstrations as well. Emma, do you want to just take it away and go for it then?
Yes, I'm going to use the neon collection first, just to show how basically it's 10 colours. You've got 5 neons, your green, your yellow, your orange, your pink and your red. Using them with the basic set of colours, you get a yellow orange, a light green, a magenta, a purple and a blue. You can mix pretty much any colour. So I'll show how to do a brown into a skin tone and then I'll do some stamping and things.
Totally not
Yes.
wanting to disturb you or put you off straight away, but I'm seeing very rich colours. Can
They're
you
very,
dilute
very rich.
down?
You can dilute them down. The pigment in them is so strong, you really don't need much at all.
Okay.
Tiny amounts go so far.
All right,
I'll show.
so if you're buying anything, the stronger the better, and then
Yeah.
you can dilute it down.
Definitely.
The weaker it is.
That's not last as long, will it?
Yeah,
So, yeah, definitely.
I'm just looking to our live audience for that reassurance that I'm not, okay.
So what I do to start off is I just spray the paints. It just sort of activates them a little bit. And then to make the skin tone, I'm going to use this yellow orange colour. I'll show on the paper first, so it looks nothing like a skin tone. But I'm going to take the purple, the purple, and that's how you make a brown. So you get this brown colour, lovely rich brown. But then, I'm guessing lots of us have a white colour at home, a white gouache or a white watercolour.
Yeah.
I'm just going to use the Thirsty Brush gouache and mixing it in to that colour. It then turns into a skin tone. And if you add just a little bit of the magenta pink, and that is when you bring it to life as a skin tone. And the more water you add, or the more white, the more skin tone it is. So these are your core colours. What I've actually got today is I've got some media brush watercolour markers, and they can work into wet paint. So if you spray them, that's quite a bit of water, you've got a puddle, and then you work into them, you get like this burst of colour. But again, what you can do is, I'm using the neon pink here, and you can see the vibrancy of the colour, and you get like an ombre effect. It's like magic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hot.
Absolute magic, working into them. But also in this colour set, what I've done is I've given you a Payne's Grey Blue, which is great for shadows, and there it is there. It's such a dark blue, and it works for going around your images, giving them a shadow. Your sky tones, you know, your night skies, they're just wonderful.
Yeah, because the night sky, you know, it's
Such a
never
nice
going to be
addition.
a dark, solid black, is it? You're looking for that darker blue or grey or
That's it, I mean,
inky blue black, like that
looking
colour
at
that you
them.
created there. That's beautiful.
They're just, it's like magic watching them all the time. But I will be doing loads more demos with them, so you're never ever left alone.
Okay, so the more you can do with something when you buy it or invest in it, the better, right? So I'm seeing, you know, you've obviously got your skin tones going there, you've got your colours for your skies, background papers, anything like that that you want to be, and then you die cut. The more you can do, the more value you've got from what you've got.
Exactly. It's sort of, if you can get a system that works, that's all you ever really going to need. And once you understand that system, then it's the world's your oyster. What I'm going to use to stamp with is the Thirsty Brush Daffodil. These actually sold out on Create & Craft, but I've noticed the back here, so I'm not sure if they're back in stock or if they're just sort of kept back for here. So if you want them on the Thirsty Brush stand.
Maybe, who knows? But if
Who
they're
knows?
there, you get them while they're there, I guess, if you've had your eye
It
on
was
it.
so busy that show, so I just thought I would let people know because I've had lots of messages about the collection. So I'm just stamping it out. I'm using the Stamps by Me, Pretty Colours Inside Midnight Black. And this is a hybrid ink, so no matter what you use it with, alcohol markers, watercolours, it's going to work. And that's really, again, what you say, more for your money with less ink pads.
Also, anybody new to crafting, like the hybrid ink pads are definitely the safest way to go.
Definitely.
Because then you don't need to remember the rules.
Exactly. throw the rules out the window.
Yeah.
So I'm
Well,
taking,
not all of them.
no, just the important ones.
Yeah.
So I'm taking the new water brush and I'm going to dip it into this yellowy orange, but I'm also going to dip it tiny, tiny amounts. I mean, you can barely see that. And to colour the daffodil, I'm going to use the colour just starting at the very, very base. And I'm just putting, I mean, you can see how vibrant they are. And all I'm doing is adding colour in where it'll be dark. So darker means at the base or where something else is covering it. And then I'm going to take the water brush that comes in with the paper set and just pull it out. And that there is your shadow straight away without having to do much work. So it makes it a lot arty, seem a lot artier than what you have to be. You don't have to go to college for years.
No, you're right, Emma.
Yeah.
You just see how, this is the beauty of the demonstration.
It's like magic.
Breaks down the barrier of, can I do that? You
Yeah,
know.
exactly. And it's so easy to do. I am going to pick up a little bit of the neon red and just pull it in again as well. And it's magic, isn't it, when you see it come to life without having to do too much effort. And it's quick as well. And with this stamp, what I've done is I've kept it quite simple, so it's easy to cut out if you want to do your fussy cutting. And then I'm going to take the greens. In this new collection, you get 2 new greens. One's really quite dark, so all I'm going to do is around the edge again, so where the leaves start and things like that, or it's tucked behind something, do the darker. And then bring in the light green, and it works, so you can just pull it out.
So these marker pens we're using, are they a brush nib?
They are a brush nib. Once the ink is gone, which will be months, there's so much pigment in them, you can actually keep them and use them as a water brush as well, so there's no waste.
That's good.
No waste at all. So I've already fussy cut this out and dried it in here. And it's just, that's it. I've done exactly the same thing, and you can see the red into the yellows and just sort of the shadows. All I'm going to do is take one of the Imala white pens and just to finish it off, is just add some flashes. And again, this just gives it more of an arty feel without having to do too much.
Just a few highlights with your
Just a few highlights everywhere. Just bring it to life, make it look like it's being in the sun. So just at the tops and the areas, again, don't overthink about where you want to put them. Just sort of add them. And if you can always smudge them a bit if you feel like you put too much on.
Yeah.
So again, just a little
The
bit.
thing with shading, you can get sort of hung up on where's the
You
sun,
can.
where's my light direction. It doesn't really,
No.
well it does, but it doesn't at the same time. Just,
No rules.
Yeah.
No, it's just have fun, that's what it's all
Yeah.
about. With Thirsty Brush, I mean, that's all I ever really want to do with the images and the stuff that I bring, is bring fun and colour and smile. It's
Yeah.
for every single
Sounds like a good
ability. That's what I think as well. So I am using the Thirsty Brush Colour Our World papers as well.
Yeah.
And these are
Oh, these
just,
are fantastic.
these are all my
Yeah.
artwork. Hang on, turn around. These are all my artwork that I've done. And if you might see some original artwork from past collections. And
So
these are
beady eyes
just,
amongst us will spot the, oh, I've seen that before.
yeah, it's
somewhere.
original artwork. And these again are the papers that are already done. So if you don't like getting your hands dirty, this here is like a washi type tape that you can cut out. That one.
That's like a whole journal page, yeah.
It's a full journal page, but again, cut it down. If you've got more than one, decoupage it up. It's just, they're just lovely.
Yeah, beautiful.
They're
Some
very-
really vibrant colours in
Yes.
there. But has anyone else seen a paper pad quite like it? If that's the first time we've seen that, when we imagine a paper pad, we imagine sort of repeating patterns, or
Yes.
we don't expect like real bright, vibrant, such
No.
varied artwork in
No,
one pad.
again, I kept it quite fun and bright, and I'd have give you some toppers and things inside, so you do get 2 pages of toppers and tags, and then there's another page with 4 toppers on.
Yeah.
So you can really just use them straight away and make cards.
Is that the Thirsty Brush website that I'll be going
They are on the Thirsty Brush stand, on
okay.
the Thirsty Brush website, or the How to Craft Network.
to? Okay.
Yeah. So all I'm doing is I've cut one of the papers down in scallop green, and all I'm doing is onto a 6x6 card blank, is popping that down. So it's a really fast way to craft. And then we do have some 5x7 paper packs as well. I haven't got, but I've cut that down.
Oh, but
with
you've just inked around
matches.
the edge, have you? You're just, yeah.
I've just inked around the edge, just using. Well, I use this on a sponge, which is over there. I knew I'd forget something.
But you've got it, which is the main thing.
It
It's
is,
here, it's
yeah.
here.
And it's also on the stand or on the Thirsty Brush website. And I'm just going to take some ribbon just to break it all up and pop it around. And all this is a sari ribbon. So it's a lightweight ribbon, it's just pretty, just to break it up a little bit. And I'm just wrapping it around. And then all I'm doing again is I'm going to layer it off to the side again, just for a different effect. And then all I'm going to do is pop the daffodil off to the side. On the daffodil you get some lovely sentiments as well. One says hello and the other one says for a wonderful friend. So pop them on. Really fast, easy, quick, nice, vibrant cards.
Yeah. But this is so handmade, this card, isn't it? I mean, just to look at it, you can see the real love that's gone into it. The mixed media of the textures of just adding the ribbon.
There's so much to it. It looks like you've done a lot more. When somebody walks past, they're going to pick it up and think, well, how have they done that?
You're right. You're right. The layers and the elements to it and the colour combination is beautiful.
Yes, and it's so very, it's sunny outside, the daffodil, it's just nice.
Do you know, Emma, because we're talking of time though, I've just remembered to check what the time is. Like, you've taken me away there.
It's like, good, that's what you want.
Because we're live in a slot, we've got to sort of keep to our 20 minutes. I'm thinking like, what is the time? Where are we? I've just sort of snapped out of this sort of like crafting trance that I've been in.
Such a lovely place to be.
Yeah, what a wonderful make there. So just checking that we're doing really well for time, by the way, Emma. So to be honest with you, we're about sort of like about halfway through our time slot.
That's absolutely fine. I've got loads and loads I can show with the colours. I do want to show by taking the neon pink, just like that, and then mixing it with the magenta that you get in the other collection. So there's the magenta, and then mixing them together. Just how vibrant. If you don't like the neon,
fuchsia, that is beautiful.
If you don't like just the neons alone, because it might look like the 80s have been stick on your paper if you use them all together. But mixing them with the basic colours, it gives it that glow behind it and just makes everything more vibrant. That's the most asked question I get, is how do you get your colours so bright? So when I actually did dissect it and take it apart, this was it.
So looking at any colour, I mean, I don't know, just looking at our live audience here in the room as well, with any colour, my normal thing would be put some darker ink in it. Any black knocks something back, and then white lightens it up. But what you've done there is much more characterful.
Yeah, you add the neons to give it that lift, that brightness, rather than using a white, because if you use the black, it can make it quite dull. If you use the white, it can change the pigment. Using this, it lifts the colour without changing it too much.
It's kind of enhancing the colour. It's
but the purple,
phenomenal.
So there's the purple. It's a really rich, dark purple. But again, mixing it with the pink, you can tell this one's my favourite, isn't it? The pink? Mixing it with the pink, you get this beautiful, sort of bright, different purple. It's just
like a lighter, like the saturation is still there of the colour, but you've just kind of switched the light on with that lighter purple, but without being a lighter tone.
Yeah, the neon yellow, there's that. And I mean, that to me, I'm not keen on neon yellow as a colour on its own. Mixing it with the basic colour, you get this absolutely amazing bright yellow, and it just keeps going. I mean, I've run out of water. It's
but
just
for creating the background, I mean, a gradiated background there.
Definitely.
I mean, it's breathtaking.
Definitely. I
mean, and you're not being too precious about your double dipping the brush in either.
No, because when you contaminate, it's easy brought back. All you would do is just wipe the brush over the top, and it takes it off, and then just clean it off on your paper. You're not going to waste anything.
But also it kind of slows you down. So if you are thinking, oh gosh, I need to not contaminate the colours, just go for it. Just it's only on the tip of your brush anyway.
That's it. I mean, they're so packed with pigment. But what else I like about these paints is the fact the pans fit into each other, so it's not taking up a massive footprint. But you also get the clear top, so you can actually mix your colours in there as well. And this Stamps by Me, the little glass mat, is
that's
perfect.
brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, so you can see true colours on that, you see as well, can't you?
With this mat, what I've done is you don't have to tidy it up. So the skin tone, if you've mixed it, you've got it, and you've mixed quite a bit, leave it dry and just add more water to reactivate it. And you've still got it, so there's no waste again.
So that paint's there ready to use whenever you want to use it.
This is with me all the time, this glass mat at home, because then I can walk away from it. You don't need to use it all in one go, because especially with skin tones. If you mix it once, it's really hard to get the same tone
You're only using a small bit anyway, and you're right about matching the colour again. You'll never get that exact one again.
So just leave it on here, and then when you walk away, it's still there again when you come back. It's fabulous.
So you never clean it?
No.
Like a good wok? You never...
That's it. That's it. Like your best frying pan, never clean it.
Never clean it.
Never. So again, this is a skin tone I mixed this morning and it's dry. All I've done is added more water, but then I've got the perfect skin tone to go back to. Right. But I've also got some of this red purple that I can go back to, and I'm not wasting anything. And obviously because it's water-based, it's on a glass mat, as you're using it, you're cleaning it anyway. So the green I mixed, that still comes back to life. Perfect.
And you're on a watercolour card here?
Always on a watercolour card. Other cards do work, but for me, if you want the results, use the right card for the job. If you're using alcohol markers and alcohol pens, smooth card, watercolours, mixed media or watercolour card.
Yeah, because there are some people that might bend the rules and maybe use like a really high quality stamping card, but it looks like you've gone into, first of all, the paints themselves are juicy and wet.
Different cards have different amounts of, I want to say talc, like a powder in it.
Yeah,
I don't know if it is.
Chalk content or something?
Chalk, that's it.
Yeah.
Chalk content, so some of them suck the colour in, whereas if you've got the colour, the card that actually says what it's for, you know that it hasn't got that amount in. Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. So the safest thing to do is stick to the card for the job.
Yeah, stick to the card for the job.
Or find a card that you trust and you sort of think,
that's it.
Yeah, I can kind of bend the rules a bit occasionally.
That's it. Tony uses a card, but she watercolours and everything on it, so she's found her perfect card.
Yeah.
I like what I like, and so on. It's just trial and error. Practice.
Yeah, and not to be fearful, just to go for it, have fun at the end of the day. And what we always say, Emma, isn't it? It's like there's no wrong or anything, there's no stress.
No wrong at all. If you ever feel like you are going wrong, just take 5 minutes, go make a cup of coffee, come back, and I bet it looks totally different.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You get different perspective on things, don't you?
That's it.
Emma, I wonder if I don't want to put you on the spot with questions, but I wonder if anybody live in the audience does. Yeah, you're happy to do questions?
If I can't answer, I'll find somebody who can.
Right, just run away.
Yes.
Just I don't know. Sorry for not sharing the microphone there.
That's absolutely fine.
Emma says that if she can't answer the question, she'll just find someone that can.
Find a grown-up.
Find a grown-up, run. By the way, thank you. While Tim just cruises the crowd, Tim is our tech guy behind the scenes, he does everything. We won't be able to hear the question necessarily.
No.
Tim might need to relay this, but he's got one.
Sorry.
So
watercolour products do tend to work better, yes. You can sort of move the colours more. If you've got a card and you find that it works fine, then stick with it. But watercolour card, you can work over it and over it. It takes a lot more water. So if you want to keep spraying it and going back and working on it, it's a bit tougher.
Good.
This one is 280 GSM, but I use a whole mixture of different. Just find what you like. Try. Yeah.
Most watercolour card is going to be that heavier weight.
It is. I mean, you can get really, really heavy watercolour card, and it's handmade, and that again is a different beast. You just have to get used to it. But most watercolour cards, you'll find, are perfect. You can get smooth watercolour card, which has been hot pressed as well, or more bumpy. But again, it's personal preference. Just try it.
Yeah, of what you want. I mean, one of my favourite things is watercolour pencils on bumpy watercolour card, and then you just like dust it over, and you just get the mixture of textures.
That's the best way to find out anything. Just play. Just play. Have a day with some card. Write down what you've done, and then keep it as a reference.
Yeah.
It's just fun.
Reference. I was looking for references a while back.
I do a lot of colour work on my YouTube. Emma Blake, I've got a Thirsty Brush banner, but every week I'm live twice, and I do loads about colours and things. So if you're ever stuck.
Okay, that's good. So anybody live with us here today at Port Sunlight, or anybody watching on the Facebook group, or indeed on the YouTube channel.
Yes.
Remember that tips and welcoming, kind advice and a hand holding.
Facebook, feel free to send us a message. I'm never far.
Yeah, never far away. Not these days with the interweb.
No.
Everything's just so close,
No, but I mean, I'm even over there if you just want to come and ask.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of being here live at the event, actually. Yeah. Thank you so much to our live audience here for supporting Emma, and also being here for the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival.
Yes.
Anybody, and I've been asking a couple of our studio guests here today, call it studio, say, Tim the tech guy's like, yes, it is. It's really
it's brilliant what Tim's done.
He's incredible, isn't he?
He's been so busy, yes.
Yeah. What would you say? Yeah, give Tim a round of applause. Yeah. He's going to keep that bit in when he edits it next year for the special DVD version. No one buys DVDs anymore. What am I thinking? Anyway, so what was I going to ask Emma? Everybody here, I've asked the same question. What would you say to anybody watching live at home about the actual show itself?
Oh, come. It's brilliant. It's nice being around so many like-minded people, meeting people. Yeah. It's just nice. Yeah. Come have a cup of chat to people, make new friends. It's lovely. Yeah. I love it.
And Port Sunlight is a beautiful place as well. But if you can't make it live to the show twice a year, YouTube and Facebook, it's there for you. So absolutely. That's our way of connecting. Emma, thank you so much on behalf of everybody watching here live. So I'll give you a round of applause.
Oh.
Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. There is more crafting on this channel very, very soon. Hello there, Simon Williamson joins us, and we are going to be demonstrating with AVAGO, which even just the name says it all. To our live audience in the room as well, thank you for supporting Simon, and it is all about just having a go. Well, however you're watching us today, whether it's on the How to Craft Network YouTube or on the Facebook page for the Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival, thank you very much for tuning in and supporting Simon. Simon, AVAGO, it's all about just having that confidence to go for it.
It literally is. It's about having a go, getting your stuff together and producing a card. It's aimed at all ages, and the images are so big that you can create a real easy card in simple minutes.
So the die that you're going to be using today, this amazing monster, very versatile for different reasons.
Yeah, this is the first time we've done something like this. It's going to create a massive kind of card. So you can have it as a standalone card, or you could put a sentiment in the actual mouth, or you could put a picture of one in the mouth. You can make it into a photo frame. Very versatile, and it goes with this new collection brilliantly.
It's absolutely fantastic there. You can just see the elements to it, and you can see the outline of the monster. All will become revealed as your demonstration takes a pace. So, Simon, do you want to take it away and go for it?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to use the die first of all. So we're going to cut out the background first of all on a piece of black, and that's going to give us kind of a base to build his actual design upon. So let's get a piece of black card. Pop that through there.
Apologies for me putting this microphone very close to your face, Simon, but it's for our live audience in the room so that we can hear everything that you're doing.
Not a problem. So we're just going to wind this through, and this is a really easy outline. It's going to give you the basis of the actual card. You could do this as well on your actual card stock to have an opening card as well, so it's a really kind of easy shape to cut. Just pop that through. So you can see the shape already taking form. So that's the actual outer. You can see how big that is. So you've got little horns on the top. So now let's get some vibrancy on this and cut out a big coloured portion. So let's go for a bright pink, I think. And we're going to go for this die next, which is the inner one, and this is the one with the little hands on. So let's pop that down.
Well, this is such a good choice. So our monster's going to be pink. Brilliant
It
choice.
is. Nice bright colours. I love a bright colour though. I don't like the dull tones. So wheel that through. And it's designed to go on these smaller cutting machines as well, so you shouldn't struggle if you haven't got a big cutting machine. So let's get that out of there. Take the card out of the way. So I'm going to glue this bit down first of all so I can give it time to adhere.
Okay.
So this is going to be the pink body of the actual monster. Get a little bit of wet glue around there.
How have you found the show today, Simon?
It's been really good, hasn't it? It's been really busy, and it's seen lots of people as well.
Yeah.
People that you recognise online that you've never seen people in person.
Yeah. It's nice to put a face to a name, isn't it?
It is, it really is. And lots of people have been coming up and giving compliments as well over the brands and how they've been inspired by the products. And it's nice to actually see people off the telly, that's what they say as well. So.
Ah, yes, because of course, where would people know you? It's the How to Craft Network, wouldn't it be? So anybody new, anybody logging in or logging on today for the first time, you've clocked up many an hour already on the How to Craft Network.
I'm normally on a Monday on the How to Craft Network, or you can find me on Facebook. Just log on to the page, all the information's on there. Yeah. Come and have a little look, get some inspiration. And there's also the albums on there, so if you get stuck with your collections, go and look at the actual cards that have been made in the past. It gives you a good kind of starting point.
Yeah, I know. It's all about the education, isn't it? It's about that support network after you've made a purchase. Or I guess welcoming people in to say, look, if and when you do buy, this is all here for you.
That's it. That's it. You don't want it just to be like an uninspired product. You want to know where you're going to take it. And the AVAGO is also about mixing it with the products you've got in your own range. So pull them all together, create something exciting, and make a card that's really your kind of style.
Yeah.
So.
Lovely stuff. Okay, so your glue is adhered, or it's doing its business
sticking down
now.
well. That's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to get some teeth now. Now I've already cut these out to save a little bit of time. So we've got some big teeth and little teeth, and they fit into the actual aperture very well. So let's slide these into place. So you've got a lower and an upper jaw there. So let's get them slided in with a bit of glue.
Just notice these are the kind of teeth that you definitely need to floss in between. I can see the gaps. Definitely get those little brushes, mini brushes or floss.
It's a bit Austin Powers, isn't it? We'll get you a set later, Matt.
Oh, the Austin Powers teeth. There is, yes, you're right.
So I've left that not glued in, so I can just slide that in place. Pushing them up there. Give them a little bit of a press down. I'm going to do the lower ones as well. So it really takes shape this card really fast actually. Really great for kids as well, maybe cut it out in all in different colours,
Yes.
and then create your own kind of version of the monster. Let's pop his lower teeth in.
Maybe fold one of the teeth out, like lose a tooth here and there, you know.
Have a gold one.
Yeah, a gold
tooth.
A gold tooth. You're coming up with all the ideas today, Simon. This is brilliant. Like a gold mirror card or satin, you know, to get the sort of brushed gold finish. I think that's such a good idea. Or diamante.
Oh, a little diamond tooth. Put a little bit of more glue on that. So you can see we've got a little monster taking shape now. So we've got a little big opening there. That's where you could put your photo as well of a loved one or a big sentiment and emboss that. Make sure that's really kind of creative. So that's his actual body all made up. So let's get his eyeballs made now.
This is where the character comes in, you know, little by little, that the layers and the character builds. Oh, this is very handy. So your eyeballs are one single die. So you're
Yes,
not gonna lose
so on this die we've got the outer eyeball, the inner eyeball and the horns for the head. Right. So cut them light on white and then mix and match your colours. You might want gold horns or whatever you want to go with really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cut them out to white for now.
Is this the last bit of die cutting for the day on the machine, or is there...
I think that's it, and then we're going to go on to the sentiments.
Okay.
So you can see all the bits have come out.
Yep. Always a good sign that there, where all the bits drop out ready to go. We can see with the eyeballs as well.
Just push them to one side. Bring our little monster back in. I'll get our glue. So we'll get the horns on first of all. They're so easy to locate as well, you're not going to get them back to front and things like that. So let's pop that one up there. And then let's get this one over here. I love the fact that they're super bright colours as well.
Yeah.
And the paper pad's amazing. It's the first time we've done a paper pad.
Oh, really?
So it's the first ever
graffiti monster paper pad. Yeah, it's the 8x8
really
paper pad.
vibrant as well. So
we'll see that coming into effect on this card for your backing paper.
So let's get these are the black part of the iris. This is the bigger circle. So we're going to put that one down first of all. Mm-hmm. So you could even have 3 eyes on this monster. It's up to you, isn't it? You could have 1.
Yeah.
So we'll go with 2 on this one now.
This is the whole point. Once you've got the stamp or the die set, you know, you can then play with that. I love the idea of 3 eyes. Your idea is about the teeth, genius. But then you can play with the monster in different ways. So bright colours, blue and pink, as you see in the samples today. But you know, textured papers and cards, you know, embossed card. You can really play, you know, adding that scaly skin maybe. You've got so many options.
The eyes as well, the directional, so you can have them all looking left, right, up, down, or a bit bullseye like this one's going to be.
Oh, it's going to be a friendly monster.
This one's going to be very friendly. There we go. So that's our monster created already.
Oh, isn't he brilliant? Nice round of applause there from our live audience here so far for coming together. You know,
really friendly
to have the freedom to do that. And really, friendly or scary monster, it's your choice. We've gone full on friendly with it.
So let's get him a nice background now.
Okay.
So this is one of the new papers from the graffiti pad. So it's really vibrant. It's got kind of a glitter-esque kind of design in there. So it's not really glitter, but it has a very good print quality. So let's mount that onto a white card.
Are these, how about the finish on these papers? Are they inkable if you want? I mean, I know that you wouldn't want to add much, but if you do, is it the texture?
It's not surface, so you can actually add your inks into there, tear into them. It'll take all the inks and the stains that you want to do, so that's not a problem. So I'm just going to put my black mount on first of all, and then we're going to add this on now, and it's going to get the colours to pop. Just make sure we've got that nice outline to make it bordered well. And there we go, that's our card design. So you can see that that's a really good base for our monster to go on. It's going to make that really like stand out, all them colours, and that kind of glitter effect on the paper as well. So let's get our monster in place and then we'll add our sentiment afterwards.
Fantastic, Simon.
So let me just get some foam pads. Ooh.
Was the feedback on the monster been, what have you heard from different people talking about this die set?
Well, it's new today, so it's been really well received, I've got to say. I think there's not many left around there, so that's good. Yeah. That's what we want to see.
Because it is the excitement, isn't it? So when you swing by, you know, if you were here live today, you would see the different stands, and when you see brand new items up close and personal, and then we've got a chance to talk to you, and then see some of the samples, see some of the inspiration with them, it's that first opportunity.
I think it's great as well because you can actually show your thought process behind the new collections and where they came from, and I think that's really good for the people to actually ask questions.
Yeah.
You don't get that on telly, you don't get that when you're like doing one way or the other.
Yeah.
So it's nice to open that up.
Yeah, you got the time to engage.
So let's put our friendly monster on there. And then we've got the next part of our collection, which is the stencil, and that's the one with the speech bubble. So I'm just going to grab my copy of that.
Yeah, now this stencil set comes with a set of stamps at the same time, so you've got the sentiments that are going to go in, and then obviously you've got the mix and match capability here.
We have, and what's great about this not being a stamp is that you can change the direction of the speech bubble. So you can choose whether you want it left or right by just switching the actual stencil round. So I've got a nice piece of white card. I know where my actual monster is, so I'm going to go for a speech bubble that kind of like comes from its mouth there, so I can see on there. So I'm going to draw that onto the white card using a black fine liner. I'm just going to trace around that. You could ink it as well if you wanted to give it a bit of a variation, but I think the white's really crisp.
I was just going to ask that actually, Simon, because you see a stencil and you would immediately think ink, wouldn't you? So you could give it a dusting of ink around the edge then, but not or I suppose the whole thing and then stamp over the top of the actual colour.
You could do it, or you could even emboss it.
Oh yeah.
Give it a little bit of a different feel. So that's our little speech mark. I'll just get my scissors. I'm going to just chop into this now and create this shape. See how fast I can cut.
Yeah. Speedy.
So just taking that around, leaving a little bit of an edge as well.
But
So
we did a bit of fussy cutting earlier, but the whole idea here is to you're not worried about getting too close. You know, just go for it, stay as close as you can, but nobody's going to look, analyse with a microscope and say, oh, you've gone slightly too close there or slightly further away. You know, no one's judging.
No,
harshly.
that's true. And I always think bigger scissors. Bigger scissors makes it easy for me.
Right.
And then turn the card to the scissors rather than the other way around.
So find the way that works with you.
Definitely. So just taking that all the way around. And there we go. So we've got our little speech bubble all cut out now,
Brilliant.
ready for its sentiment. So I'll just get my stamping platform in. Just move this out of the way a little bit.
Can we move the die cutting machine this way?
You could do, yeah.
I will give it back.
We've done with that now.
Yeah. We need that.
So I've got that, and then we've got our lovely sentiments which we can choose between.
Okay.
So we need a big one in there. So let's go with Have a Monster Birthday. I think that's going to suit this card really well.
And all of these are monster-related sentiments, aren't they? They're all
They
got
are.
a play on words. Or something.
They're really good. I mean, you've got like Beware Monsters Fun coming your way, Party Monster, You're Out of This World, Have a Fantastic
Yeah.
Day. Surprise is a good one, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
it doesn't
yeah.
really
Surprise,
make
'cause
it
it's-
birthday related, so
Yeah.
good way of doing it.
So that could be anything, but it is surprise, scary, or friendly monster.
And I'll just get my black ink pad. Let's pop that up. Give that a good ink in. Give that a good push down.
This is the thing about that Eureka. You've got the freedom, haven't you, to go back in if you want.
That's it. It's a new one as well. That's what it feels like. I don't want to ruin it.
Also a bit of a treat then, brand new Eureka.
And then we'll get a foam pad on this one just to give it a little bit more height still.
Okay.
And then we'll have that just popping in that top corner, and that makes our card.
Oh, look at that. And you were saying earlier on, you know, the potential of personalising, having another photo or image inside or not. And here, that backing paper just beautifully bringing the colours together, and that popping pink of our friendly monster as well. And the tools in the background just reminding us that it's a handmade, handcrafted card. Because you can tailor it to who you're giving it to, tailor it to who you're selling that to as well.
I know it's just it's such a creative card. A customer actually said earlier on it'd be great as a shaker card and to put loose teeth inside its mouth. And I'm like, I think I might have to try making that, I've got to say.
Of course.
Cracking idea.
So how would that, the acetate would go on the inside then?
Yep.
Yeah.
Seal it in and then seal around the edge so you can put glitter in there or your little stars, your offcuts to make that shake. Be really good.
Oh, it's a great idea. That's a lovely fun. Do you know that's the word, isn't it? Fun. It's a fun set, and that's what crafting should be. That's what when you open the card, that's what it should be. A fun smile when you actually see it, when you receive
That's
that
it.
card.
If it don't make you
Awesome.
smile, it's not somebody's job.
If it doesn't,
Make you smile, it hasn't done its job.
exactly. Do the job by making you smile. Now, Tech Tim is in the background, ready to take questions. If Simon, you are available for questions, don't run away. And if anybody does have any questions for Simon about what he's done, or if there's a way that you could use the die set, let us know. apparently we're going to have to start singing because there are no questions at the moment.
That's fine.
Wise men. Oh, you were joking. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay. So to explain the suggestion about the shaker card, so how
Right,
that
so-
might be working.
So if you cut out this panel...
So I'm going to chase you with the microphone, so our
It's all right, I
audience here
thought
can
I'd got
hear
one
you.
cut out, but if you cut out the inner panel, and then you can glue acetate on the back of it, and then all you need to do is use some foam tape all the way around, and that'll give you like a sealed area, and then you can choose what you want to put in there. So you can put... Yeah, and then all you need to do then is just glue it onto the back one. So if you imagine that's the back and seal it on, you can actually make the sandwich that way. All right.
So that's the front of your shaker card.
Yep.
That's the back.
Yep.
And then you're raising it up or sealing it in with complete
Yep.
foam tape curved around, maybe.
Yeah. Foam tape's probably the easiest because then you don't leave a gap
Yeah.
or an opening.
So straight edges, but then curve the corners.
Yeah.
And then inside there, that's your shaker window.
That's it, yeah.
And to anyone saying, hold it still, like, no, I'm just demonstrating
Yeah.
the shape. Yeah. All right, so then the potential to make a shaker card, the potential to have it as like a journal page or a journal cover, to have a photo in there to personalise it, the potential to just simply make it a really, because that is perfect, you know. The fact that you can do more with it is just above and beyond.
I mean, just as a stand-up card on its own, it's a really good size.
That said, Simon, sorry to keep you here for questions.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
if it is a standalone card,
Yeah.
could you make that as a card? Would you overlap it on a fold, maybe?
You would. I
To make
don't-
an opening?
Let me see if I've got a piece of card. So let's pretend this is a card blank. It might not be big enough to actually show you, but all you do is on the crease mark, you would overlap very slightly so that it's not going to cut through that edge.
So it
And
just starts. So it starts cutting there,
Yeah.
and finishes cutting there,
Yeah,
but
it would
leaves
be
that
bigger.
bit to
It would be bigger, this
as a-
piece of card.
Yeah.
But do you know what I mean? As long as you've got the crease and you leave an area where it's not going to cut, so you can see down this spine area here,
Yeah.
you're going to end up with a shaped actual card.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay, well that's brilliant. That's yet another thing that you can do with this outline of a monster or a similar die in that way. Use it for a card back. But as you correctly say, Simon, use a bigger piece of card.
Yeah.
Obviously, you
Yeah.
just folded that for an example. Well, thank you so much for watching, tuning in and logging on to see Simon here with AVAGO. How do I get hold of any of these products? Where's my best bet to go?
Go to the How to Craft Network and all the products are on there, or you can go to my Facebook page, it'll direct where to get them.
And those will be both destinations where we can see you more as well,
Yes.
Simon, in terms of live demonstrations and live shows, How to Craft Network, and on the Facebook page as well. Thank you to our live audience here in the room. There's a round of applause for Simon. Thank you very, very much for logging on. We're going to be back with more crafting in due course, probably around about 20 minutes' time, and Carly is going to be our next crafter standing right here.
lights on.
We are on. The red light is on, Carly. My name is Matt, and we're live at the moment. I've got to say this before I forget. So there is a raffle that's been happening today. So all of our attendees today had an e-ticket. Some people paid on the door, but everybody's name has gone into a hat. And we can say the winner of the big bumper pile of crafty goodies is Amanda Grant.
Oh,
so the contents
well done,
of the entrance for Amanda to collect. Sorry to anybody that's not called Amanda Grant. But congratulations to Amanda Grant, who's won that. I've never won a raffle in my life. Have you, Carly?
No, I haven't, to be honest. I'd like to.
I'd like
just for the fun of it.
I'd like to as well, just to have won something.
Just to say that you've won it.
Yeah, I've won a raffle. I might have a raffle at home on my own and just do it.
Do it with the kids.
Yeah, I'll just have a few tickets. So, Carly.
Yes.
Ink made art like art.
That's
Imala.
right. That's
what
right.
does the brand stand for? What is it in terms of craftiness?
Yeah, the whole brand is a fusion of myself and Tony Darrick, and what we do is we find exquisite art for you to work with on your projects. Oodles of techniques, loads of different styles, really edgy, sort of nouveau, on the edge, really different. Great for masculine cards, absolutely brilliant for so many different occasions. And I think every single stamp, you know, it resonates with a lot of people as well. The imagery, the designs, and how you can mix everything together, but you will love them.
I love it, I love it. Let's put some actions to those beautiful words then, Carly. Do you want to just go for it and get started?
Yeah, let's just go for it. Okay. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using a mixture of different stamps. Now, I know some of the other demonstrators have only done one demo, but you know I'm quick, so I'm going to do as many as I can, okay?
Also, there's no one on after you, so you can just keep going.
Keep going?
Yeah, that's it.
Are we all right till midnight, Tim?
Actually, no, we do get chucked out of the venue.
Fair enough. They won't let us stay. Okay.
I've got a table booked at a fast food restaurant as well.
Oh, sounds exciting. But also,
I wish I did.
I'm going to be using my incredible embossing folders. Now, if you haven't seen them yet, they are beautiful. They come in 4 different designs. This one is the Moroccan detail, absolutely beautiful. You can create so much, and it's so fresh, so 70s as well. Reminds me of my mum's old wallpaper, which I love. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's that wallpaper or print of a design. Has anybody ever had a blouse or a dress that has that sort of similar print to
I've
it?
already embossed. Now, this is another one of my embossing folders. This is the script. Look how phenomenal that is. It's beautiful. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be embossing using the Moroccan detail, but I'm going to be using it on vellum. Now, this is firstly brush vellum as well. So I'm just going to run this through my machine.
I'm going to follow you with the microphone as much as I can.
Of course, don't worry. So I'm just going to run it through, really simple. Now, these are 6x6, so they go in all of your smaller machines, which is perfect. So I'm just going to run that through, and already, look at this.
Oh, wow. It actually brings the design out. It amplifies the colour.
It accentuates it, doesn't it?
I nearly hit you with the microphone.
Straight in the eye. It's fine.
If you hear a really loud sort of like donk noise,
it's just my
especially
face.
to see a bruise going up as well. So, arrest me now.
Brilliant. So I'm just going over the top now with a sanding block. You can use an emery board or a nail file, but this is your shortcut home to creating perfection on vellum. Because if you love the parchment look, but you haven't got the time, and yet you still want that beautiful effect, just by lifting it with the nail file or sanding block, look how that just creates a totally different effect. Absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to start popping my card together. Now, I've already pre-stamped this gorgeous image. Now, this is Be Unique, one of my incredible stamps. I'm just going to show you very quickly how she stamps out as she is, because what I've done is I've slightly changed the effect of it. So I'm just going to pick it up. I'm using Eureka, the best stamping platform in the universe.
It is. I mean, the Eureka is. I mean, to anyone watching on How to Craft Network or the Facebook page, you know, there'll be many owners of a Eureka 101. Like a multitasking tool.
It just does everything you need. Not only is it a stamping platform, you get your scoreboard with it, you've got your inkwells, great for beaders as well, because you've got that magnetic underneath, which is fabulous. So I'm just going to stamp out be unique. So there she is, stamped absolutely gorgeous. And then what I've done is I've just coloured her and I've just cut her away. And see how you can adapt the hair. It doesn't have to be as share hair if you don't want it. It can be more subtle. It all depends on your own personal style. So I'm going to start popping my card together now, very, very easily. So I've gone for a purple base mat that will go onto my white card. Then on top of that, I'm just going to very simply add on, tape runner. Tape runner, Helen.
Tape runner.
Tape runner, Helen.
Is the purple.
There's loads of them. Has she got any over there?
Yeah.
I'll be 2 seconds.
No problem.
Tape runner, please.
Shall I go and get it?
Here she goes. She can't see me, she's got her own glasses on.
I don't think it's a question of whether she can see us or not. She just needs to hear us.
Yeah,
So
there we
tape runner.
go.
Tape runner.
Look at this, I brought everything but, can you believe it? Here he
You've
comes.
got a kitchen sink under there.
You know what I'm like, I like to be prepared. Thank you, my darling.
Be prepared, the Cub Scouts, the
So true.
brownies, the guides, the whatever.
I love that, I was in the brownies.
Were you?
Yeah, I was an elf.
You were
Obvious.
there? Wow. No, I was a Cub, but I never went to Scouts.
Did you not? Was you not allowed?
I can't remember if I wasn't allowed. I think it was probably a personal choice. Like no, I'm not going to go camping.
No, I don't want to go, of course.
No.
So the one that I've done on the mirror card already, I'm also going to be using that sanding block over the top. What this does, it gives you a really grungy effect. It almost looks quite antique-y. On top of that, you can very easy, but don't think vintage or antique has to be brown, because it doesn't. But look at that.
So you take one of the brightest, funkiest colours and shiny cards,
Yeah.
but still giving it that rough and ready.
Exactly, almost sort of, what's it called? Not futuristic. What am I thinking?
Steampunk? No.
Yeah,
Is
steampunky
it?
sort of
Yeah,
style,
okay.
yeah. So I'm just going to pop that straight on there. On top of this now, I'm going to just rip some of this down. And then I'm slightly going to offset it. And what you can do is you can rip quite perfectly around the edges. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to lift that.
Interesting, I was just looking to see whether that's still true. The way you rip vellum, you can either have that white edge or
Yeah,
not.
exactly. So you can get a really nice effect with this one. Absolutely beautiful. So I'm just going to attach that to the bottom, nice and simple, and then that will go direct onto my white base. There we go. I do like to get it straight.
Definitely, yeah, please do. We're all watching very closely, aren't we?
It's not like we're on our own in it.
No. Live across the world, that's what always panics me. But then we've got some lovely crafting folk here.
We have
live with us at the
indeed.
event.
Honestly, this is the most beautiful event. This is the only event that you can come and visit me with my Imala stand. I don't go anywhere else. So that's pretty special.
That's quite an exclusive. I mean, how have you today? It's been a lovely day today, hasn't it?
Oh, do you know what?
Everybody you've met.
I've been so busy, honestly. I've barely been able to get off my table. I've just been completely inundated with positive people saying how much they love my work, how much, they enjoy creating with me, how much they love my Imala page, and obviously avid collectors, which I love.
Right. The reason why I was looking over my shoulder there was because Emma Blake is from Thirsty Brush is having a really lively, quite an animated.
She having a giggle?
Dare we say it loud conversation?
She's having a loud conversation.
With some crafters. But do you know what? That embodies the whole event. That's what it's about. Have fun.
Friendship.
Have a loud conversation.
Exactly.
Come in and have a laugh,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So on this now, as you can see, I'm starting to progress with this. I'm also going to be stamping Be Brave, which is the dragonfly. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to stamp the wings on the embossed piece that we have left over.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pop that down because I'm actually going to add the wings to the side, very, very simply. So pick it up with the Eureka, really, really simple. Apply your ink. Now this is all-purpose ink, it's not dye ink. Although, have you seen the deal on the inks today?
Is it the Stamps by Me inks?
Yeah.
Oh, the juicy colourful inks.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me more.
Okay, so
Or is it a show-only deal for our live
it
audience?
could just be show only, but yeah. So basically, we're doing the large dye inks, which are absolutely phenomenal. This is this size, 5 of these for £10.
Oh wow, the Isinks or Isinks, I never could make
I
up
call
my
them
mind.
Isinks.
Yeah, and then the Isink, I think I was always saying Isink in the early days. And then somebody said, no, Isink, because it's Isink.
Yeah, but I prefer Isink. I think it sounds nicer.
Yeah. I prefer just not being able to make my mind up. Go,
Yeah.
Isink, Isink. Yeah.
Well, because the thing is, because then it sounds like, is it a rap?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's got that. Don't feel right.
A rap.
Don't feel right to me. So I'm just cutting out, then dragonfly, oh, it's flying away. Dragonfly wings, now this is from Be Brave, absolutely beautiful stamp that you can use in multiple different ways. And of course, wings are invaluable because then we can create our own fairies, and that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. So
or double up or triple up, you know, once you've got the wings.
Exactly, so I'm just going to cut it really, really simple in half. So there's my dragonfly, you can see there. So I've cut the wings in half. So now I'm just going to grab a foam pad, really, really simple. I need a little bit. And I'm going to put one in front of the other, opposing, so then it makes a beautiful 3D. So then I'll just pop behind that a little foam pad, make sure you can't see it from the front. I will pick up my imagery and she will go straight in there. So
magical.
Thank you. And then I'm just going to add a really cute little sentiment. This is just pretty amazing, which is stamped by me. I'll just grab a little bit of. There we go.
Oh, so you can dab it onto
Yeah, it's because I haven't got my gloss mat, you see. I've left it over there.
No.
Useless.
Got another one over here, but it's still in its packaging.
Yeah, it's too good.
Yeah.
It's pristine. You know, I'll just make it inky. So then I'm just going to add my sentiment on there. Really, really simple. And look at the texture and the depth you can create. How simple is that?
Marvellous.
Super bright, super vibrant, but oodles of techniques in there as well.
Yeah, techniques, layers, texture. You're right, it's got so much happening and it just comes together in this lovely symphony. Yeah, beautiful card that. Our live audience in the room, what do you think? Yeah, big round of applause.
Thank you!
Yeah, so that's a positive upvote or a thumbs up there for Carly. Gets so creative. Have we got some big fans of Carly in the room that have been with Carly for a good number of time? Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, she's good,
I'm
isn't
so
she?
lucky, honestly.
If anybody's got any questions for Carly as well, we can always get out there and ask.
Of course, that
would
be lovely.
We've got Tim with the wireless mic going around. So if you want to ask Carly anything, please do let Tim know.
Yeah,
He'll come
I'd be
over to you
more
with the
than happy.
microphone. We'll relay it for everybody at home who's watching online. Is that a big no at the moment, Tim? Yeah, he says it's a no. But if you do think of anything, please do.
Of course.
Or approach Carly afterwards. You know, she's very friendly. Most of the time? All the time?
All the time.
Carly, what are you up to now?
Okay, so I'm just moving on to my next demo because I just want to get as much in as I can. I'm going to do some mats and layers. So I've got white onto pink onto decorative floral paper, and then I'm going straight onto black. Really simple. And this is going to be almost my base of my card. So once I've got that on, perfect. Then what I'm going to do, I'll just take that one off so I know where I'm going with that, is I'm going to do some...
It's like, where are you going?
Well, stop moving, Carly. I can't. So I'm going to go on here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some cheeky, beautiful embossing. So I'm just going to pick this up. This time I'm using Wildflower. Again, all available on the stand. Really simple. I'm going on with embossing ink, absolutely beautiful, and this is the corner flourish. Now I've already started on my main topper for it, which I will come to in a second, but I just want to make sure I can crisp that up beautifully. So this is actually going to be the background of it. So I'm picking it up again, adding my embossing ink, and then we're going to add some beautiful Ink 3D embossing powder. Absolutely lush.
I mean, this is a highly detailed stamp that you got here.
Yeah.
A good choice for the emboss.
Oh, it's gorgeous because it has so much detail, and it is just, it's one of them stamps, it just sings. Do you know what I mean? It really, really does.
And actually, the fact that you've got, because it's not a clean embossing ink at all,
No.
but it's still, it's quite useful because it's told you where
Exactly,
you haven't missed
yeah,
any bits.
yeah. I mean, why have clean embossing inks?
No, you don't need
know.
it. Yeah.
I don't know. So I'm just going straight over, adding my 3D Eyes Ink embossing powder, and you can see just how beautiful it is. Absolutely incredible. Gold and silver works so beautiful with black, and of course with bright colours as well. It really, really does. So I'm just going to shake the excess off there. There we
And this
go.
is not the sort of design where you're going to think, oh gosh, you've missed a corner actually, because it, you know, it doesn't matter. It might just be a little bit where it's.
Well, the thing
distress.
is,
Oh, God,
yeah, the thing is, sorry, that I think, you know, when you are creating anything, you know, why put that pressure on yourself?
yeah.
Because a lot of creativity is, it's almost like soul-soothing to all of us.
Yeah. So why spoil it by being
By
stressed
being,
about
oh, yeah.
it? Making
I mean, I
it,
say
always
this.
got to be like this.
Yeah, I say this to people all the time. Do not expect your first project to be Pinterest ready, because it won't be. And don't put that pressure on yourself.
No.
You don't need to. So now I'm just applying the heat, and you can see it's starting to turn so beautifully.
So as soon as it turns, move, isn't it?
Yeah, move on. Don't over-process it, because otherwise that's where you get your gritty texture on the top if you keep going over on the same bit. And plus also it distorts your image if you just keep doing that. So I'm just going to carry on with this edge. Now this is just a background as well, so we don't need to, you know, 100% make sure that it's perfect. But I love just how embossing looks. It's just so iconic to use.
Yeah.
It really is. So that's going to be my background. So on my main focal point, I've already pre-stamped the rose which comes with this collection, which is absolutely gorgeous. There we go, we're upside down. And I've just done a tiny bit of light sort of ink work on a piece of stamp board. On this now, I'm going to take just the edge, the very edge. So I've got them beautiful dots that sit perfectly on the side. Doesn't matter if your stamp is slightly hanging off the edge, as long as it's in the place that you need it to be, it doesn't matter, because it's a wipeable surface, the area. So just down on that edge, and this is how you can just add that little touch of luxury to your projects very, very simply by just accentuating with the gold. So I'm just going to pick that up again, go straight on with my embossing ink, and then we will pop that straight on there. So now I'm going to pick this up, finish what I've got in here as well, because I don't really like to waste.
No, definitely not. And you're being very careful as well, because
Yeah.
my heart's in my mouth, because I don't want you to drop it on the foam either.
Oh, don't worry, because if it does, it will just wipe off.
Oh, okay.
It will wipe off. So it's like I've dropped a whole pot of embossing powder straight over to my acrylic stamps before.
Oh.
And do you know what? Just give them a little wash.
Really?
Comes off.
Just wash them.
Just
I
wash them.
guess they cling better as well, though.
Well, exactly, especially
like when you're
if
mounting them.
Yeah, exactly. So again, just on that edge, using that beautiful corner. And it just brings it to life. I think, you know, a lot of people do roses, do florals, but why not get quite fresh with it? Do a different technique. And
So
it's
just take a part of, or
Yeah.
take that pretty floral and make it
Exactly,
grungy.
and that's what's fabulous. Is flowers for years and years have always been used as like a main sort of focal point, or a real sort of soft, delicate background. Make it punchy, make it bright. So I'm going on now with that background that we created previously. There we go. There we go, straight in the centre. Then I'm slightly just going to pop that off. So can you see how that
You can
just
see it peeking
works?
through, yeah.
It does, it just pops through.
In fact, it's a shame to lose some of it, but, you know, it is what it is. isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, if I was at home, I would probably gut that bit, to be honest.
Take it out and use it on something
use
else.
it on something else,
Yeah.
exactly. Because it's a wasted space, really,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Of card and paper. So I'm just going to take this away. Now, have you heard about my gel pens?
No, tell me more about your gel pens.
Okay, so I have brought 5 incredible gel pens. These are the Imala gel pens, and we cannot keep these in stock. These are beautiful, fresh, high pigment, white gel pens that you can use on any surface, which is fabulous. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just very simply going to accentuate what I've already got on the design, and you can see how it just makes it work. Really, really does. Absolutely beautiful. So you can just add it as an additional layer, but look how bright it is. For me, it is so important. I must have bought 1,000 gel pens, and every time they scrape in, they take away from the project that I'm doing, because if I'm not happy and I haven't got that brightness straight away, then it's not going to work for me. With these, each and every one is gorgeous quality that you can use in multiple different ways.
What a perfect way of just adding that, you know, an extra layer, an extra highlight, looking at a stamp and thinking personally, what do you want to bring out of that stamp? What bits do you want to
Exactly. It doesn't
highlight?
just have to be light. It works gorgeous as well if you just want to do like the whites of the eyes or, you know, things like that, just to pull the detail in.
Yeah.
It's an absolute dream, and on black card as well.
And what colours of gel pens have you got at the moment?
Just white, because they are the most popular, and plus also they're the ones that I've always had the most problem with. So, and I'm talking to customers, the amount of people that have gone the same journey as me. So yeah, get yourself Imala white gel pens.
Okay, all right, well, brilliant. Look, Carly, thank you so much for everything you've shown us today. And a massive round of applause from our studio audience. Thank you. And thank you to our live audience here at the show at Port Sunlight for actually taking the time and actually giving Carly your support. I know Carly really appreciates it. Thank you very much for staying and watching for Carly's Cemeteries. I hope you all had a really good day at the show as well. And I hope we see you again at Port Sunlight too, because it's a lovely location.
Oh, isn't it the best?
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's so gorgeous. And I think next time when I come in October, I'm going to come for like a long weekend.
Yeah.
I need to look at the pretty houses.
Yeah, make it a long weekend and just walk slowly around and take in the surroundings. It is one of my new favourite places,
It's beautiful.
I think. I do love it. Carly, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do stay tuned. Watch out for more. Stay up to date with the How to Craft Network, with the YouTube channel, the HTCN website, as well as, of course, the Facebook group, particularly for this show, which is the oh my gosh, my mind's gone blank. Which is the don't start a sentence you don't know the end of as well. The Stamping Together
Festival, exactly.
The Port Sunlight Stamping Together Festival. Thank you so much for watching.
And is there any chance to see you too?
That's right, exclusive.
Yeah, exclusive.
Nowhere else.
Brilliant.
Ever.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Bye-bye.